I should be back. Hopefully the chat comes back in. And, oh yes, the chat came back in. Yay! I could use my phone to tell you I was on my way back in. And hopefully the chat does come back in. Because, oh, thank you, New York Ant. I did have to restart everything. But just to show you, the queue is still in place. So, there you go. Soggy Waffle, I did get that you've been together a while. Yes, 8 years is a long time. However, I feel it might be longer than 8 years. Oh, shut up, phone. I feel it may be longer than 8 years. I feel there's maintaining separate residence or only getting together on the weekends but nothing much happening. And I feel someone you were a part at the beginning. Okay. It's like there's not much happening. I feel someone needs to energize, and we all go through this in long-term relationships. There's a phrase called the 7-year itch. After 7 years of being together with somebody, things can get a bit dull, get a bit stuck. And I feel for at least the last 12 months, if not a little bit longer, you've been stuck with your person in terms of it not going anywhere or doing anything. So I feel it's on your shoulders here to re-inject. I don't know why though. Yeah. You're not doing trips this year because of it. I feel like regardless of the health issue, there needs a re-inject of energy, and I feel it falls on your shoulders. It may be the health issue that your person is dealing with, but I feel like the re-inject energy is on your shoulders, because I do get the passion in the heart and mind, but I get that your person's unaware of it. So it may need some attending to. So put the health issue is going to still be there whether you pay attention to it or not. Pay attention to your person, not their health issue. So Soggy Waffle, hopefully that makes sense for you, and I am sorry about the split in the streams. See what happens. I take a break, and yeah, I do feel like it falls on your shoulders though. And ignore if your person feels that they are more powerful within themselves when they dress up, just allow that. They're comfortable. You don't have to. Because I do get the feeling of you trying to match them. Yet I feel like there's a don't have to situation. So that's what I have for you. Whew. Okay. Now, I do have, because I've done Light Seekers read. It's stuffed up the queue already. Now, hopefully Valerie has come back in. I'm sorry it's caused arguments, Soggy Waffle. Hopefully, now that you've got Philip Garside's advice as well, that money situation also, I feel there's a need for freedom of time. Yeah. See, if you runner up, and I've been in a situation where I went for an interview and they were pretty sure that they were going to keep the existing person. I actually had them rethinking on whether to keep the existing person. So, and I was fortunate enough that it was within the school system, and the principal of the school happened to be a teacher of mine from my former years. So I did get an honest feedback with that one, and I got a phone call at like 7 p.m. at night from a teacher, from the principal, saying that they had made their decision and unfortunately it went to the existing person. But he let me know that I had them thinking for 4 days. So if I was that good to get them thinking, or to be runner-up, I did get the next one, by the way. So just take that as a bit of positivity. If you get so close where you're the runner-up, the next interview, you can get where you are the one they choose. Just to inject some positivity. Okay, now I do have to do the cue, which will... I've done Light Seekers read. And Valerie. And hopefully... I usually do say it where I say, if you're in an ad, please let me know. But Valerie was a newbie. And some newbies have actually followed me from live stuff, where I've been live, and they've come in knowing that I'd be on Twitch, and that's the only knowledge they have of it. So others are newbies because they've just found me on the day. And let's see. I'll see if, because I can go right down the bottom. Okay, Valerie's not there. So let's see who is next. Okay, Horse-Drawn Portrait. That actually does lighten things up. I've got to catch up with my... shout-outs. So, Horse-Drawn Portrait. And hopefully Horse-Drawn Portrait is there. Maybe people didn't think I was coming back. Oh, isn't it wonderful when you get as old as me and you have to go through the alphabet, like you go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Yes, I can't see Horse-Drawn Portrait. I might put up the list. Yeah, when I did get kicked off, things changed around. So, well, Scorpio Darkness, that actually means you are next, because I do boost subs. So and Horse-Drawn Portrait doesn't usually drift away like that. Okay, let's see. I do feel there's There's a comfortableness, but there's a wanting to move out of that comfort zone. Can you understand that, Scorpio darkness? I feel like it's in work. Okay, you can understand that. Would this be something you've been doing for 10 years? Yeah. I did pick up that it was work. Oh, not talk about work. Okay. You understand? Okay. It's not job, but something important. That's okay. Yeah, 10 years. I feel you've been presented with an opportunity to take it a step further. And it's the uncertainty of the step further that has you questioning and praying. More than 10 years with the self-work. Okay. But can you understand taking it further, but you're questioning and praying for guidance? I don't see things as black and white. So, and yes, I am Scorpio, but I don't see things as black and white. So the guidance you get from me may be quite different than a yes-no answer. Okay. I feel like there might be study involved. Can you understand that, Scorpio darkness? It's like there's a set framework of assignments. And I get that you're juggling and struggling to keep up. Okay. I get that you're juggling and struggling to keep up. Okay. I'm going to lay out the next row because I'm uncertain where that fits in. That's okay. Study can be things we take on ourselves. Okay. Here we go. I feel you may have isolated yourself in the pursuit of this study. And I want to say you're looking back now and thinking, what was it all for? You are currently. Oh. I'm sorry. It's like I'm looking back and what was it all for? And I want to say nothing that you've done was wasted. It's okay to go on another path. Nothing you've done was wasted. I do feel as if you're being pushed in a different direction that involves money. And you feel pressured to create income. Okay. You've got the World card coming out there. I know you can't see it. But there's a real pressure, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a struggle on your part with a musculoskeletal disorder where when you get stressed, your muscles and bones don't work well. Can you understand the high stress and muscles and bones not working well? Okay. Your other personal studies can coexist, But what I'm getting is muscle tension. Okay. Can you understand waking up at night with a cramp in your leg? I get leg cramps for some reason, but okay. That makes sense. Your legs are okay though. Good. But I am getting the muscle tension. So the stress is related to the muscle tension. I do feel like there is success in the other job. I feel like you may have to step back a bit and not be as intense. But I do get that the income is successful. And you will still create income. But I feel like there might have been a close call. I feel like your current income... Hi, Lutz, welcome in. Scorpio Darkness, your current income is involved having strangers come to you. Scorpio Darkness, if you can let me know if that's right, because I'm trying to read this and then get to your question. So, not strangers. Okay. I feel there was someone not quite stable. If they weren't strangers, it was someone not quite stable. And there was a close call. Okay. You do childcare with one. Okay. What was the close call? But I do get the different job being successful monetarily and also freedom-wise. It wasn't with one of the parents having a hissy fit, was it? Oh, that was the close call. I'm sorry to hear that, Scorpio Darkness. But I feel that it affected what you do, your current income. I do feel like your mental health will be fine. You're okay now. Your mental health will be fine. I feel there's a fear in making friends at the workplace. Yeah. I feel there's a fear of making friends at the workplace. New workplace. It's like a fear of having to communicate with people. You prefer to work alone. Yeah, communicating with people. I did say that, didn't I? Chatters, you can keep me honest. I feel that it will pleasantly shock you how this evolves. And okay, we're in Taurus season now, are we? Are we? Yes, Taurus. I do feel you've been worrying over a November issue. I feel there's a review or a revisiting of something in November. Okay, last November. I feel like there's a revisiting, and that's why you're worried about towards the end of this year or later this year. I feel like there's a revisiting of it or a review. And you've got the strength this time round. I don't know why I want to say this time round, but it's like you get to choose the cup you drink from. Okay. You get to choose the cup you drink from. So I feel like your mental health is stable as long as you get downtime. And I feel that you will keep that in mind as you progress. But it's like you need the income. And I did say earlier to somebody else, yes, we're in a physical body. We are a spirit, but we're in a physical body. Okay, don't worry about it. You will get to choose the outcome or the cup you drink from. You will have a say. I feel like there is fear of losing your independence or losing your say. And you won't lose your say. You will have your voice. Yeah, it's like these cards are awesome in terms of the imagery because so many people rejected Darwinism when Darwin first came out with theories. And so many people rejected it. And yet, what do we refer to now whenever we think of evolution? Even though there's been people that have refuted Darwin since then. But Darwin did start us on a path of scientific discovery. But Darwin kept going. And I think you can too, Scorpio Darkness. You will be heard. And I feel that's what your mental health is about. Okay, I can do the oracle. Yeah, you will be heard. And Shamanic Awakening, welcome in. Okay. Now, you have a choice of oracles, Law of Positivism, Spirit and Energy, Sign of the Times, Vintage Wisdom, or the Magic of Unicorns. Which I've started including, like, it's not new, it's just been revisited. So you can choose your oracle, Scorpio Darkness. I can't put them all up on the table. It gets too heavy. Whichever is the best for love. I think Sign of the Times. No, Vintage Wisdom. Vintage Wisdom. There's something in the Vintage Wisdom. I was drawn to it for some reason. Drawn to Vintage Wisdom. And have a look at the beauty that came out when I turned the cards over. Now, Victoria Mosley does the meanings, but you get my meaning as well. So okie dokie. Can you understand jumping between two people? Scorpio Darkness, there's a jumping energy, as if someone does one thing wrong and you jump to the previous person. And then that person does something wrong and you jump to the other person. And, okay. Stick with one. Pick the one that makes your heart sing. They're going to do wrong things just the same as we will do wrong things. Ah, that one is over now. Okay. just know that we can make mistakes as people, and whoever we choose to be with can make a mistake. Whoever we choose to be with can make a mistake as well. Okie dokie. Come on. Okay. I need to do it again. Okay. Whoops, the days. 27 centimetre cards. They don't want me to bend them. Make them smaller. There we go. Playfulness. I like this card. Okay. I know, they are so big, Lutz. This is a Shamanic Awakening. This is a cute card for a love message. It's playfulness. It's enjoying the moment. It's got a butterfly and a fungi. So, any fungus can be seen as intrusive on the environment. So it goes to our flaws as well as our beauty. And in our flaws is beauty. Because I do feel like there is someone else in your energy that is playful, that isn't too serious. There you go, Shamanic Awakening. But fungi are all around us, believe it or not. We breathe it in. Some are more healthy than others. I feel the person you're having difficulty trusting, their playful energy has you doubting their sincerity. So I'm going to see what Victoria Mosley has to say about this. Okie dokie. And there you go, more light on. So, yes, playful energy does not have to be doubtful. If you're having fun with this person, you're having fun with this person. It's not anything that okay, Shamanic Awakening, no worries. Okay, playfulness. I was on the page and then I flicked away from it. That is weird. Victoria Mosley says about playfulness. Depicted here is a diva sitting gracefully on a fly agaric mushroom. Fly agaric. There we go. This is a light-hearted moment, and we are not expected to take her too seriously. Her carefree countenance reminds us of the joy of being alive and living contentedly in the moment. She has emerged resplendently from her chrysalis into the warm light of a day with a pair of multicoloured flutterby wings. Seriously, flutterby wings, it's actually a monarch butterfly. Monarch butterfly wings. And a broad smile. The woes of the world can wait. As she reveals in a renewed perspective of her world, through the eyes of playfulness. George Bernard Shaw says, "We don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing." The responsibilities and rigours of age can thwart our ability to live in the moment. Shameless surrender to the act of playfulness can sometimes be perceived as immaturity in the face of life's harsh challenges. But the essence of playfulness beckons us to remember that we are also players in a game of life. And from this perspective, we remain in the world, but not of it. While thought and logic are intrinsic servants on our path to ascension, they are poor masters. So logic is a poor master. Balanced integration of mind, body and spirit brings about a holistic perspective in which there is a vital, healthful place for exploring your unique creative potential through the innocence of playfulness. By drawing this card, the higher power inspires you to seek answers by experimenting with this gift and the many benefits it bestows in daily life. Relinquish the need to control outcomes and embrace the spontaneous nature of this divine attribute. Expect a profound level of release while making way for a clearer flow of intuition and inspiration. Now, as wordy as Victoria Moseley can be, I do believe from this card that the person that has asked for zero contact may actually return. And the person that you feel is playful doesn't take things too seriously. So as long as you're honest with them about you don't know whether to trust them because of their playfulness, you can be honest, because they're not going to take that as an insult. I hate to tell you, they're not going to take it as an insult. Oh, I didn't see Breenie pop in. Hello, Breenie. Yeah. Excuse me. But I do believe that the past person may return. And there's a need to stay playful, stay enlightened. You may not fully trust them, but the only harm I can see, well, the Fern's there, and to me, Fern's, that's okay. They can block you, they can move on, and then realise that they've moved on from something they should have kept. But I don't see that this person is harmful. Yeah, I get that. I don't see that the playful person is untrustworthy. I feel that you're fearing gossip. If that makes any sense to you at all, let me know. Because I get that's the only fear. It's like fearing whispers. Okay. That makes sense. I would say live in the moment. If it is making you happy now, take the happiness now. There's nothing else you've got to move on from. So take the happiness now, realize the harm from the past, and don't invest as much as what you did last time. Because if they betrayed you the last time, they're the ones that have to do the making up. As in making up for past betrayal. And that's the common sense part of it that Victoria Moseley was talking about. The playfulness, yes, being an adult knocks the playfulness a little bit to the side. But if we look at the playfulness as being a healthy part of living and being mindful, then we can use our age and wisdom to know not to invest too much, to keep some of our heart back. And I think I said it earlier in the stream, invest only that much which you can afford to lose. And that applies to emotions as well as finances. Thank you for the hydrate looks. But if we only invest what we can afford to lose or what we're willing to lose, then it doesn't matter what situation we find ourselves in, we're not in bitterness. Okay. Now I do... Yes, and it also shows you that the person that needs to atone for the relationship is the person who betrayed you, not you. But if it's filling your heart with playfulness at the moment, it's healthy. Playfulness is a healthy part of living. It reminds us to live in the moment, to laugh as much as possible. Laughter actually keeps you young, and that's science-based. Laughing and laughter actually does keep you young. So if I put the list up, somebody might pipe in that they're in an ad. Okay. Look, I do have to boost you, but I Love Robots comes first. So okay. Someone's wanting to get more channel points. Suggest a poll. Okay. What poll would you like to see up? The coffee one? How I have my coffee? People should know by now how I have my coffee. Okay, I Love Robots. Oh, Princess Boo Boo is around. I just have a list of shout outs that I do all the time, every time I stream. And I've been a bit lax today. I have been. I've been a bit behind the times. But Princess Boo Boo, another Aussie, and Blue Light Oracle, which I will have to shout out. I don't have to, but I will because they're awesome. Looking for job career. I feel like your energy is youthful. I Love Robots. I feel like you've got a youthful energy. I'm just tuning into... I went into Tarot Ladies, Tarot Lady in a church. I went into Tarot Ladies stream, and it was like referring me to YouTube. It's like, no. So, yes, I did raid at one point, and then I get youthful. There's something youthful. I love robots. I feel it could be skin. I feel you've inherited a youthfulness in skin, or a youthful energy in terms of the playfulness that we were getting before. Can you understand government? I feel there's a government situation here with you. Yeah, I'm 56, so that's young. I do get, it's related to, I keep hearing funding, and whenever I hear that, I feel government related. It's a funded program through a government initiative. And I need to say, I love robots. I know you asked for job career. I'm actually picking up that it would be ideal. I get it's government funded. I don't get government job. I get government funded. A government funded program. Okay. I feel it could be in the rehabilitation sector. As in recovery. You're feeling, you see jobs that interest you, but automatically talk yourself out of it. Saying you're too old. Or negative self-talk is what I need to say. But I feel like your heart's full. This has some, whatever is the job is, it's a motivator based on the person you're with or the person you're seeking to be with. Okay. I am picking up that you're feeling lost at the moment. I know you said it's a toxic environment, but I feel if we're not part of the solution, we're part of the problem. You do negatively self-talk. I feel like you may have brought up certain issues and they haven't been dealt with. And instead of repeating, you've actually thought, I've already said that, I'm not going to again. And yet people have to repeat to you certain things a couple of times. That's why they're toxic. There you go. I would feel repeat. It's like you're talking and no one's listening. Okay, no one's battled. I feel you haven't sent out any resume or any CV. I feel that there's no application out there. And you're seeking a job where you would prefer to be left by yourself. And they're rare, trust me. Particularly now. Everything gets... Computers were supposed to be easier. Supposed to be. However, now everything gets repeated 20 times. Yes. I feel that is where you're stuck, is that you'd have to work for yourself. And that would involve too much communication. Because no job now, particularly with computers seeming to rule employment, is in isolation. Because employers do not trust. Yeah, I feel that's the only way you will achieve the isolation that you desire. However, you will still have to deal with people. So you may need some, and I feel your current workplace may have suggested it, that you need some upskilling or some retraining in customer relations or employee relations. I feel you're quite knowledgeable in several different areas. One of them being budgeting and balancing books, and the other being in, I almost want to say recruitment. Yeah, well, I feel that the accounting side of things you've already got okay. Better than okay. Okay, there you go. I do feel like your work could involve the outdoors. Your current work could involve the outdoors. Do your own investigation. I love robots. Please do your own investigation, because I feel that your current job suits you well in terms of having autonomy, being by yourself. Any other job that you enter, you will have to, it has to do with housing. Okay. But any other job, you would have to work with others. And I do feel you have isolated yourself from others. Welcome in, Taco Lover. That's what I have for you. I love robots. I can't pick information out of thin air. Some people think I do that anyway. Okay, that's why I might have got government funded housing. Yeah. I do feel like your current job gives you autonomy. So there may be some rough bits, but those rough bits you're going to get anywhere. Yes, I did. But I love robots. You asked for career, so I did career. Okay. Where are we? Now, Lutz, I do believe you are next. You're welcome, I love robots. I've got to get the poll up and running so people can earn channel points. Okay. Okie dokie, there we go. Prediction is up. Okay, Lutz. Can you understand feeling hungry? And just wait. Just a yes or a no will be fine. But speaking of that, I do have to go and turn a light on. Just give me a second. That's what it's been. Okay. Physically, you're hungry. Okay. Me too. Me too. It's 10 to 6. So, Lutz. There we go. Oh, I just had to go and put a light on. It just takes me a little while to maneuver around. A little while to maneuver around. I am feeling as if there's something new that you want to start. And it... Okay. And thank you for the lurk. I love robots. Lutz, I feel there's something new you want to start or need to start. Just let me know if that resonates. Oh dear. Okay, there you go. Blue Light Oracle's shout outs done. You start work tomorrow. I feel like there's a huge uplift in income. A huge... It's like you didn't expect to get it because its starting salary was quite significant. I feel like the starting salary is good. Okay, let's see. Okay, there you go. And yes, you can risk some channel points if you know how I have my coffee. If you want to guess, you feel free to guess. Okay, we've got quick success. And I feel as if you were laughing and joking with people even before it starts tomorrow. Success, 9 of Pentacles. There you go, success, success. You're shocked. Lutz, I have to say, you've shocked yourself here. And I feel like this is something long-term that you can sink your teeth into. It suits your personality. I feel like the fit is equal. You and whatever this fresh start is tomorrow. Yeah. You've got the World and the Wheel of Fortune. I feel this is a long-term... Yes. They also feel that you're friendly, that you will fit in with their team. I feel like you even joked with their team prior to having employment confirmed. And I do feel this is a long-term prospect. And there's a male energy around you that is hugely proud. There you go. Yeah, there you go, pride. There's a male energy around you that is hugely proud of what you've achieved. Because I feel like you've had to overcome a few obstacles prior to this working out. You're wanting to know how others are going to see you. Give it time. As others as in romantic interests. Yeah. There you go. I know there is, it's like chest puffing pride. But you're now wanting to resolve relationship stuff. Okay. And again, I have to repeat myself here because the cards are pointing in that direction. There is stability with this job as in long term. It's not a short term thing. You're fearful that someone was ready to walk away from you? Lutz, can you understand that? You were fearful of somebody ready to walk away from you? Or you're now wanting to walk away from somebody because you have income as freedom. Okay. Then no. Okay. If you were, it was one of the two. You were fearful of someone walking away from you or the other one. But if you can relate to your best friend female, then that's okay. I feel that the person you were worried about losing is going to follow you in some respect. I feel your best friend female may have recently lost a job. Follow you how? I feel like your best friend female may have recently lost a job. you wouldn't know. Okay? Then it will make itself clear, so keep it in the back of your mind. When I said follow you, it's as if you commute together. As in going to the same region. Interesting. Okay, I'll leave that with you there. That's what I have for you. Only time will tell if this is the friend traveling with you. Yeah, write it down or clip the VOD. So you know where to go to in terms of the video. And hi, Kim. Yes, for yourself, so you know where to go to in the VOD. If you clip it, you'll always know where to go. Okay, no worries, Kim. Hear that, everybody? Kim, I've lost Subra today, but Kim is still doing my dinner for me. So I've got 10 or 5 because I've actually got to get up and open things up. But that's why I turned the light on before. Okay, now let's see. Hey, Blue Moss Dragonette. Welcome in. Okay, I didn't do you next, Lutz, so there you go. And I do have to let people know whether they got channel points or not. And I love robots. I haven't been doing my queue, have I? Oh, the trip was okay. Did you see the VOD, Blue Moss Dragonette? Quino, you're up next. Oh, where is it? There we are. Okay. Quino. Hey, Quino. Long time no see. Regarding work. Okay. I feel like you may be doing 2 things at the moment. And you're wanting to only have 1. Okay, check it later today. It only goes for a few minutes because you can resonate with it. Okay. Yes, Blue Moss Dragonette. The VOD only goes for a minute and a half, 2 minutes, because I was in the middle of nowhere. Bush, trees and views all around me. But when you get that without cables, the internet's not reliable. Okay. I feel there's a reluctance to upskill. There's a reluctance for you to upskill, Quino. Or you feel as if your skills aren't enough. With the moon in the center. Yeah. Can you understand feeling like you're boring and have nothing to talk about? And I feel this is in relation to interviewing. Because the job you're seeking is a social one. the job you're seeking to make number one is a social one. I feel you've isolated yourself a fraction. I feel you do need to tweak those social skills. And I'll do it once again because it did seem to help somebody. So if it helps somebody, it may help you. It's by Philip Garside, and it's called Secrets to Getting a Job. And it's also known as Secrets to Getting Your Dream Job. I was in recruitment, and I would also refer to this when recruiting others. So that may help you, Quino, because it's only a confidence factor. It's got nothing to do with reality, it's perception. No worries, Kim, thank you. Well, there's an ad and I actually have to take a break. So for those of you who are subbed, if you can please let everybody, that's all I had for Quino, by the way, but if, yeah, look, seriously, as long as what you don't post isn't ridiculous, they're not going to care. LinkedIn, on the other hand, is different. Quite often people post their CVs on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is a different platform. But anyway, Blue Moss Dragonet, if I can get you to let Quino know that that was what I had. And I do have to, you can yeah. There you go. I feel like it's internal, not external. Yeah, there you go, Lutz. LinkedIn is super important. But I do have to take a break because Kim's coming with my dinner. So I will be back as soon as I can. Hello, I am back from my dinner, and I do have to say that, I lost Brandy from the queue. Kim, who is a follower of this channel, or this stream, made me, thank you for the welcome back, New York Ant, made me crispy skin salmon, pepper chili prawns, and satay chicken, and it was delicious. So it wasn't something that I could gradually eat during stream, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm a little bit food comatose and I need to wake myself up, so we'll talk spiritual stuff. Because due to being away from my meditation room, I also skipped a YouTube stream where I was actually going to talk about clairvoyance. And a lot of people think it is something unachievable or something outside the realm of normality, when in actual fact it's just the actual word clairvoyance is Old French for clear seeing. If you were French Canadian, you would actually know that because they still use it. To see clearly is clairvoyance. So you would go and get your eyes checked in France, for example, and depending on the age of the optometrist, they would actually pat you on the back and say clairvoyance. You've got clear seeing. You don't need glasses. Go away. So it's not something that is beyond. We all have daydreams. We all have daydreams. And those daydreams can hold information that just pops in and seems irrelevant. But it can be so clear, and the clarity of which we see it is what clairvoyance is. It's as simple as that. Yes, you do have to practice and practice and practice to get intuitive clairvoyance that comes at a time when it's appropriate. So you do need some discipline, but it's no different than seeing a picture on somebody's wall and it drawing your attention. Our guides give us images in our minds to draw our attention. And that is what clairvoyance is, pure and simple. It's clear seeing. And the same thing with clairaudience, which is clear hearing. I don't know whether they'd say clairaudience if you went for an ear test in Canada, and no, I don't think they'd say it, but it is from the archaic French. So anyone that thinks it's mystical, you're a bit mistaken. You're just using a fancy word that you don't know the origins of. So yes, Princess Boo Boo, hello. Sorry I missed you. I was having yum yums. Real yummy. But it's one of those things that I was actually speaking to somebody on the weekend, and they were confused between intuitive and the clairs. And it's really no difference, only the way in which we attune. And intuitive can be clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience. And I know there are some people that will say there are 7, there are 9, there are 11, whatever number they pick. To me, there's always 3. You either see it clearly, you hear it clearly, or you sense it. I believe there is a clair that relates to tarot. I'm sorry, tarot is just a tool used. It's not a clair. Because everything will fit into the clairsentient bracket. Some people, I've spoken about this before. I have a very good friend that feels everything through their fingertips. And to say that their version of intuition, which is clairsentient through the fingertips, is any better or worse than a clairvoyant, it's not. It's how the information gets delivered is very unique and very different between a psychic medium or a clairvoyant medium. Very different. I'd rather be clairaudient. I'd rather have my guides tell me. They don't agree. They show me and I've got to work it out. It's like, let's say, has anyone played Pictionary, for example? Has anyone played Pictionary? Pictionary. Or charades. I heard somebody on the weekend refer to it like charades. There you go, Pictionary, charades. It's the same thing. With clairvoyance, they show me pictures and I somehow have to work out what that picture means and convey it to you. Well, understanding how difficult it is for a spirit communicator to do that, to even get anything through to us, as like we're grounded in a physical body. We have limitations. Yes, we have to raise our vibrations as the mediums, but we can only get so high and they can only come so low, or as much as we will let them. It's not an easy process. Once you understand the process from the other side of life, and the fact that we as spirit inhabiting a physical body aren't supposed to know a lot about our journeys, they've sort of got to play, I don't know, FBI, CIA games, code words. It's sort of like mediums are essentially the double agents. We work for both sides, the physical and the spiritual. And it's not always easy. And Princess Boo Boo will attest to this, because I know Princess Boo Boo has been trained in the spiritualist approach to intuition. And it's not that easy to get a spirit communicator to communicate all of this information. It's not easy for the spirit world. It's not easy for the human. And yeah, I don't like the cryptic. However, there are some things as a physical being or a spirit, as a spirit inhabiting a physical body, while that silver cord is still attached to my physical body, there is only so far I can go. I've heard some people refer to it as the Akashic records. You know, I can attune to the Akashic records. It's like nobody's even proven that they really exist, but I'm a believer they do exist. However, I've seen too many people, speed up then slow down, speed up then slow down. It needs both to work at the same vibration. And it is like being a double agent. Sometimes you've got to speak in code both ways. I've also heard it explained. Yeah, I've heard it explained as like trying to tune in an old-fashioned radio to the exact frequency of an AM station. Now, most people only understand FM stations, even though AM still does exist. And it's one thing that, if you've been a follower of my stream, you've heard me talk about how I used to use shortwave radio to listen to Steve Harvey, who is an American comedian and a brilliant one in my opinion. And I used to use shortwave radio to tune in to Steve Harvey. And shortwave radio was like the long distance across the seas radio. And that took forever just to tune it in. And if you moved as a physical being, like even your physical vibration would change the shortwave frequency. So any change in atmosphere or any change in environment can alter that connection as well. And even me swiveling in my chair, you might have seen me look over my shoulder, particularly today, because my guides have been there and so have the spirit world. But it's also the medium who can say how close they can come. And at the start of today's stream, I really did not want, like you might have heard me say how bad my Monday was, but I did not want spirit invading my physical space. So I told them they had to stay back. That's why I was looking over my shoulder, because I'd hear them. And I'd say, turn up the volume. And then they did. Big time. They turned up my volume. And... okay, Princess Boo Boo. Yes, it is. It's a fine balance. And unless you're actually participating in the tuning in for evidentiary purposes, you don't understand the actual balance that's involved. And clairaudience, sometimes it can be like hearing through cotton wool. And I do believe in the VOD that's already on, because I did get kicked off today, that I don't let spirit come very close at all. I asked them to turn up the volume, and boy, did they today. It was like, ugh, it was so loud. And then I had to tell them to turn it down, but then they try and turn it down, and they turn it down too low. So it's a backwards and forwards game between the medium and the spirit person. And that applies to guides as well. So, yes. Anyway, back to the main thing that you're all here for. Back to the main thing. Now that I've stopped my comatose thingy. New Yorker Ant, I believe, left. But, no, there you are. New Yorker Ant, you are next. There you go. You are next. Yeah. Okay. My guide must think you're pretty special. They've told me to get out the Gilded Tarot Royale. There you go. Just being quiet and listening. Okay. Okay. New Yorker Ant, I'm hearing what sounds like Raglan. Raglan. I feel it's a name. It's either a street name or a person's surname. Person's name. Okay. I'm feeling quite recently you had a disagreement with someone who you considered close. That's okay, just put it at the back of your mind. I feel more a street name or a suburb name, town, or yeah, county name, wherever you're from. Yes, you heard the clock, taco lover. I've forgotten what I said now about that feeling. See, when it's not me, when it's not me, I don't remember it. That's okay. Put it in the back of your mind. The best evidence is that which you don't know and find out later. So put it in the back of your mind. Okay. I do feel, for some reason, I'm impressed with swimming. And disagreement with a friend was true. Okay. If you can understand swimming, I'm just tuning into your energy before yes, swimming. Before turning over any card, I just tune into your energy and then turn over the cards. Like being in the water swimming. Yes. I feel like you're quite a powerful swimmer. Okay. Now, I feel like someone is actually happy about the disagreement you had with a friend. Someone is actually happy. Welcome in, Jing. 19 months subversary. Woo. No, someone, it's almost, the feeling I get is almost like a parent who disliked that person to start with and is now okay with the friendship not being there. If I explain it that way, is that better? It does make sense. I know some things that I'm given are not pleasing. I'm given what I am given, what I am allowed to pass on. I do feel a mother energy is important at the moment, whether you're the mother or whether your mother is important at the moment. I do feel like there's a financial reliance there or a financial tie. And in Australia, we've got Mother's Day coming up. It's true at the moment. Okay. because I feel that's weighing upon you. Yeah, but your mum's been helping you out, but I feel it's weighing upon you. You're determined to pay it back, but you're stuck in the uncertainty of you would like to give your mum a time frame. And in Australia, we have Mother's Day coming up in 10 days. Okay. I do feel as if the break from the friend, as much as it hurts right now, you will look back in a year's time and see there was a reason for it. And nobody picked my coffee again. Shakara. Because I do believe the friend that you had the disagreement with was asking you to do things or putting you in an environment that wasn't natural for you. You can't understand that. Keep it in the back of your mind. That's what I'm being given. That's what I will pass on. It went against your upbringing, if that makes any sense. Sometimes I've got to say it two ways. Oh, you're saying that you do. Okay. Sorry, I misread it. Huh. See, I do need glasses sometimes. No, I just misread it. My bad. I'm too busy listening to what they're saying and trying to be able to convey it. I do feel as if the path forward now, it may seem unsettling right now, and yes, you didn't think it was very pleasing to hear at the start, but there's a freedom that's going to come with this that is going to open the way for your future. And I feel that's why the disagreement with the friend came up. Please keep in mind Raglan. I got it repeated, and I feel it is a street. I saw it written on a street sign. At first I heard it, then it was repeated, and it was as if it was written on a street sign. So keep that in the back of your mind. Because I feel like nothing feels settled for you at the moment. And directionally, you have what you want to do, but then you also have what is best to do. Yeah. You have what you want to do, and you also, sorry, I just got a camera message, but I had to check. Ad playing. Okay. I can fill in the ad gaps. I'm going to do another shout out for Princess Boo Boo because I did one earlier, but I don't think there were that many people in the viewers. And I did one. Yeah. I did do one early. Sorry, I'm having three-way conversations at the moment. And it's like I'm trying to say yes to the guides and confirm with myself. And well, last week there was only 1 minute and 38 seconds, I think, because I was out in the middle of nowhere. 360-degree views. And a great big fire pit, and no sign of electricity or anything. in the views. The only bad thing is that it is lovely, but it actually means no Wi-Fi. Okay, New Yorker Ant. I'm actually picking up that you have what you want to do moving forward, and you have what is best for you to do, and they conflict. They're the opposite. So at this stage, I would say there are two choices. You can do what you want to do, but it won't pay off. Do what is best to do, and it will pay off. And I feel this is work-wise. I feel this is work-wise. And I'm seeing a blue uniform here, and it's almost black. So I take that in some cases to mean law enforcement. But it depends on where you are in the world. Here in Australia, we've only recently just gone to the very dark navy. But I do know some... I feel law enforcement is a possibility. As long as it's a quick question, because I've pretty much finished with the read. Subs get the extras. Okay, I'll decide whether it's quick or not, so ask your question. I think you know the answer to that, New Yorker Ant. I do feel it's pretty much done. And I want to say you're the beneficiary of it not being resolved. And I'll leave it at that. Yeah. I feel there's a weird triangle there somewhere. But you're the beneficiary of it not being resolved. As in your life path. You will look back in, say, 5 years' time and understand why it was the way it was. Because I feel it was out of character for you and for the other person. Everything was out of character. Everything was out of step. And sometimes the universe does come in and recorrect things. Not necessarily the way we want, but sometimes they do come in and recorrect things. I know you would have preferred it to be the other way, but sometimes divine timing is not only applied to who we meet or who we come across, but it's when those situations end. We meet people in life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. And it's one of the reasons I won't use the term soulmate, is because your first soulmates in life are your parents. And I don't know about you, but for me, I don't want to be thinking about my romantic connection being the same as my parents. Ew. 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 Okay. So let's see. I do make sense sometimes, don't I, New Yorker Ant? Hello, for fluff's sake. Love that handle. Okay, I do need to fix up my cue first. There you go. You don't get a second read, New Yorker Ant. It's just me catching up. Blue Moss Dragonette, you have... I know you've heard that before. If you've heard one of my streams before, you've heard me say it before. But yes, Blue Moss Dragonette, you are next because I do boost subs. So... Okay. Oh, for fluff's sake. You got me to say it in the right context now. For fluff's sake. But anyway, Blue Moss Dragonette, it is you. And can you understand visiting a library in recent times? I need to go fairly recently visited a library, and I feel like it was to look at an old newspaper. I know, it's an awesome handle, isn't it, Taco Lover? A bookstore, okay. But I feel like it was a bookstore and it was an old book. As in like a first edition book or an... Yeah. You love newspapers, okay. Let's see. Because I feel you're doing historic research on something or someone. I feel like there is a... Yeah, I do have to say... Wouldn't be at all surprised if the Seven of Wands comes up in this, but I feel like you're doing research. It's either research on infamous occurrences or research on a person. There you go. It's quite close to you. It's quite... It took too many years to reach here. Oh. I've been thinking about somehow putting it on a license plate. Yeah. I feel like there's a close connection though to you personally. Fluffy sake rice wine. Nah. Actually, that would go down really well in Australia. It really would. If we had sake named for fluff, sake, we'd be in it. Anyway, back to Blue Moss Dragonette's read. Wouldn't be at all surprised if the Seven of Wands comes up here because I do feel a strong connection to the past, but also there's an ancestry wisdom, and I feel like it's you're researching an ancestry wisdom, and I don't mean personalized ancestry here, I mean local ancestry. It's got you quite excited with what you've been able to find. And I do feel as if somebody wrote a book. It's like a soul tribe thing. Somebody wrote a book. It's not a well-known book. Should have been, but wasn't. Okay. I I do feel as if it's on the darker side of the Native American ancestry. And to tell you the truth, I have studied Native American angst, as in the political angst. The only book I have is Bluegrass. I can't remember what the book's called now, and I can't see it from here. It's Bluegrass something or other, and it involves how slavery started its... Okay. Especially the hauntings. How did I know that? It's on the darker side, yeah. It's... Slave trade happened along the river. I want to say that there's... Let me tell you, because otherwise I've got no evidence to tell you. There's a family connection to a slave sold to Washington, as in... I know there's Washington State and Washington DC. I don't know which Washington I'm talking about. But there's a male ancestor that was sold to either of those states. I feel it's DC was... I feel the other Washington outlawed it for some reason. And there's a dual marriage. With this ancestor, there's a dual marriage. Okay. It's DC. Thank you for that. Yosemite. I'm sorry, I shortened names, Mike. Yosemite Mike. That is... Oh, Escape from George Washington's estate. Okay. I'll leave it there. But there's a dual marriage with that person. The slave that escaped, they married twice. They married before the escape and they married after. So, you probably have discovered this information. Yeah, they did marry twice. 4 of Wands, 2 of Pentacles, or 2 of Cups. Until after slavery. Thank you, Yosemite Mike. I love being filled in because I'm human. I can't know everything. That's okay. I get married twice. So as you're doing your research, you will find out what that is. I want to say it's a sad story though. I feel that like there's 8 children, but different daddies. 1890. Well, thank you for the education into the dark period of American history. The shameful period that Americans should be shamed about. Okay, I feel there was married before, 8 children. I'll leave you to this. Keep digging with the story. It will break your heart, but keep digging with the story. Because I feel there are, and I do know from what the studies I've done, that slave owners used to take possession of the child conceived between master and slave. And I feel that there are 8 and only 2 of which remain with the person. But this has been liberating for you. Even though it's sad, it's been liberating for you. As in, it's lifted your worries. And we all have worries going through life, but it's been, if that's all I've got to complain about, my life's good. And I said that to somebody last week and they didn't take it too well. I said, if that's all you've got to complain about in life, that's good. You got a good life. And they didn't take it too well. Seriously, they didn't. They took it horribly. But I do get for you, Blue Moss Dragon, it's been liberating. And it's also allowed you to set your boundaries and have no shame. Who's getting mad at me? Oh, how dare they get mad? No. It's like, if a choice, they were in tears over not being able to get the colour of the car they wanted. And I'm like, if that's all you've got to complain about in life, you're doing pretty good. And they didn't like it. So I'm like, okay. Okay. I'm going my own way. Yes, but it's also allowed you to set your boundaries. Yeah. And I feel this is more romantically. Yes, Lady Pallas Athena, but I'm a Scorpio that just laughs at it. If someone gets mad with me, I just laugh. It makes them angrier. Blue Moss Dragonette, I feel this is going to impact your boundaries romantically. And I want to say you've started seeing clearer. The epitome of first world problems. Look, I've got my share of first world problems, Yosemite Mike. Life hasn't been easy. Life has its challenges. I'm a Scorpio. I laugh at challenges. No, I don't. I shiver in my boots, really. But what can I do? Nothing. And yet, seriously, not being able to get the colour car of your choice puts you in tears, you've got a pretty good damn life. Even the tribes their culture is torn to shreds, but I feel like where you live, it's not. Where you live, it's not. It still has a cultural vein. There is still a cultural servitude of some description. Maybe not as bad as what it used to be, but it still has a cultural vein of servitude. You serve, but remember, you're not a servant. Okay? I said that to somebody, like I employed somebody and I said, you serve, but remember, you're not their servant. So, their iPhone isn't the most recent model. Yosemite Mike, my smartphone is 10 years old. 10 years old. My smartphone is 10 years old. It still works. It's fine. Anyway, Blue Moss Dragonette, I know this is future-based. I do feel as if you are going to uncover a relative amongst what you're investigating. And that is where the sad story is. Please understand that relative you uncover is actually happy about seeing the opportunities given to their descendants. There's going to be sadness in what you uncover. Just be aware of it. don't let it trigger you. I feel I have this person with me. There's a Dom name that comes up, D-O-M. Not sure whether it's a first name or a master's name, as was in the case back then. It's D-O-M. Domini or something along those lines. Yeah, it's D-O-M for Mary. Just understand they're watching. I feel this connection is female. They're watching from above, rejoicing in the opportunities given to their descendants. And I feel along the descendant line, there is a preacher who did quite well. And I need to go back to what I believe was 70 to 75. Okay. Yeah. Have a look at this, Blue Moss Dragonette. They're ecstatic. They're happy and joyful at the opportunities given to their descendants. You've got the Star and Judgment here, so it's a celebration. And I feel you were drawn to this topic so you could uncover family. And I'm going back quite a way, and you're going to have to do some thread connecting. Because I feel like there was, and I'm only going back 3 generations. There was marriage issues and abuse issues 3 generations ago. 3. 1, 2, 3. So not your mother, not your grandmother, but your great-grandmother's generation. There was a preacher who did quite well. But you'll also uncover there was, your great-grands. I feel that generation there was a preacher that became quite successful. But separate to that, there was a situation where someone faced abuse. Serious abuse. I feel like there might have been, if you can understand it, then you already know about it. But a preacher who did quite well, but on a separate scale, there was so just understand that this ancestor that gave me DOM has also let me know that they are awfully proud of the success of their descendants. But do some weaving, because I do feel like this lady energy that is coming through had to give up a child to the master, or conceived a child of the master and lost that child to the master. So you may have to do some digging. No, that might be part of the sadness I was getting, but I'm also going back to, no, I feel it was female. The abuse, I feel it was female. But nevertheless, they could be talking about it. You never found out. Oh, your great-grandmother never got over it. And this may surprise some viewers that are in the stream. It was only in 2023 that the US federal government outlawed and made totally illegal lynching. So if you think your life is tough, remind yourself that it was only in 2023 it was officially outlawed everywhere. So you're welcome, Blue Moss Dragonette. When I found that out, I was totally shocked because I thought it had been. But no, it was only, there were still a few states that didn't consider lynching murder. And it took a federal, I don't know what it's called in the US, but it took a federal bill to be passed to make lynching equivalent to murder. And that happened in 2023. So only a year ago. I was shocked. So keep researching, Blue Moss Dragonette. I feel you're going to uncover something. I feel it relates to a very famous name in not just George Washington. Yeah, the actual abolition of slavery, but it is scary stuff. But lynching happened only 12 months ago. Outlawing it, making it equivalent to murder, which it was murder. If you lynched somebody, you knew they were going to die. It was murder. But it was only officially made so 12 months ago. Keep digging, Blue Moss Dragonette. It's not the George Washington link I'm picking up. I'm actually picking up a current figure of notoriety will be connected to what you uncover. So keep digging, keep unpicking threads. And just know that you have a descendant who is very proud of all of the family. Even those that didn't choose right. This lady is choosing her words so carefully. It's almost like there's still a little bit of fear of saying the wrong thing. Particularly, she's calling me a white person now. So there's fear of saying the wrong thing to a white person. She didn't say person, she said lady, but thank you. Calling me a lady, I take that as being a sign of respect. So yes, your ancestor called me a lady. I take it as a sign of respect. Definitely keep digging. But I should, in your prayers, just tell this lady that she can call me a honky, which in Australia is actually a very bad name for a white person. And I believe, is it, in America it is too. It's derogatory for a white person. So, yes, it was actually a... I don't mind. If your ancestors come through, they don't lose their personality, and I would rather they see me as vibrating same and not vibrating as elite. So if you pray to your ancestor, please tell your ancestor that they can come through and speak their mind. Karen is not going to be offended. And yes, I do believe honky was used as a term for white people. in Australia, it's quite often Skippy or something along those lines. We get called Skippy if we're a white person. I never did because I had jet black hair and a funny surname. So I was always called a wog. I never took insult by it. I believe it was a word that could be used that meant nothing to a white person. It could have been seen as, in Australia, we get called skippies. White people, we're skippies. But that's got absolutely nothing to do with it. Used to be a television show, and Skippy is a kangaroo. So we used to get called skippies. And seriously, some Australians had malice, but it's a very complex history. As I said, most Australians were farm aware, as in being on the farm, everyone was equal. It didn't matter whether you were the boss, the overseer, the whatever. You were equal. You did the work. In 40 degrees Celsius heat, which is about 110, I believe, Fahrenheit, you did the work. If there was a fire coming, it was all hands on deck to put out the fire. So there was subsectors of Australia that did not see equality, including governmental. So we do have our own skeletons. And that's sad, to me anyway. But the H word, where did it stem from? I believe it was, I don't know my US history well enough. Let's see. Maybe Yosemite Mike might know. I do believe it was somewhere in the South. And it was related to Creole, which is a sub-language of English. And that in turn led to it being permitted, because it was a word that meant nothing to white people, yet could be snuck in if a person of colour or Native Americans got angry. And you could just turn around and say, honky. Maybe it sounded like donkey, who knows. But there we go. Let's see. Back to the queue. So Blue Moss, keep investigating and come in and educate us. Let me know what you find. Historically, I'd be interested. Okay, Taco Lover is next. And then I have to boost a sub. Yes, you are next, Taco Lover. Okay. Actually, Honky is the UK. Sorry, Honky is UK. Senpai Cyan, welcome in. See, crackers, as in biscuits, as in... I don't know. See, I'm old-fashioned too. I am old-fashioned in a way. So, who cracks the whip? Well, there you go. In Australia, crackers is actually... Thank you, Princess Boo Boo. Crackers is actually more to do with the Irishness that refers to a crack. And a crack is a laugh or a joke. And if you're crackers, you're actually humorously funny. There we go. Done, Princess Boo Boo. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, crazy or funny. It comes from the Irish crack, which means to laugh. And Australian white people were essentially Irish. Yeah. Mostly both. Yeah, we'll educate. We'll get everybody speaking Oz in no time, won't we, Princess Boo Boo? In no time. But it does... Well, if we do the real Oz, I'll have to get my Aboriginal friend, my bestie. We went to kindergarten together. I have an Aboriginal friend that I've known for most of my life. 52 years, I'm ashamed to admit now. And she's an Aboriginal elder. So if we really want to speak Oz... It's nothing to do with slavery. No, Yosemite. No, you're right there. Nothing to do with slavery. Ah. Well, there you go. Yes, so we can learn some Aboriginal, even though it is regional. There's several Aboriginal languages in Australia. And... I know it is next level and it is a cracker. To use Australian terminology, it is a cracker. And I play poker with a lovely American guy. And he actually asked me, why is it that Australians put an R on the end of vowels like A when they end a word? Like Australia. Why do most Australians say Australia as if they're putting an R on the end of it? And I said, it's got nothing to do with that. Sometimes you would hear Australia being said as Australia. We just don't put our vowels together quite well. It's got... Some do, but not all. Yes, he was impressed that my elocution was a little better than what he'd heard around the poker tables. And I'm like, you can't tell the poker tables. The poker tables are just... And I said louds. And then the conversation kept getting more and more into Australiana. And I said, nah, just say Australia. You're an Aussie then. And I said, you've landed here. You're pretty much an Aussie as soon as your feet touch soil. And unlike other places, we don't... I'll use America as an example, but I do know it happens in other countries where you would put your ancestry title first. And then you would put the country you live in's title second. So you would say Native American, meaning that you are native to America. You would put Italian American. You would put Irish American. You would put whatever. And we don't do that in Australia. We actually say you're an Aussie or you're a new Aussie. And new Aussies are just Aussies that haven't got their naturalisation certificate yet. They're still Aussies, but they're new Aussies. And it doesn't matter where you come from. As soon as you land here, you're an Australian. Oh, Oh, we're getting language. I love these language chit chats. But Princess Boo Boo knows exactly what I mean, being a fellow Aussie. If you land here, if your feet are on our soil, you're an Aussie. You might be an Aussie tourist, but you're an Aussie. So in terms of xenophobia, I think we're the least xenophobic country. Okay, now, who was I reading for? In all that chit chat, I've got lost. I have got lost. I got really sidetracked. Taco Lover. Why are you sitting in heartache, Taco Lover? Oh, Autobots. Go away. There you go. Yosemite. When we're talking in general, I do not believe in the Autobot, but we do have rednecks here. Don't believe me. Yes, heartache. Why are you sitting in heartache? I'm going to shuffle the cards again because I don't want to start off with that. Okay? It's like you're... I've heard a redneck called a cracker before, so there you go. Yeah, we call them bogans. But rednecks, yeah, bogans. But bogans is a bit more than that. See, we've got rednecks here too, Princess Boo Boo. Don't know about where you are, but here in Victoria. Yeah, bogans are bad people. They're like people that don't want to get off their rear end and work. But we do have rednecks here in Victoria, unfortunately. But Taco Lover, I didn't want to start off with the heartache one. I feel you're in an energy where you're waiting for the promise. And I need to say here that when we come into our physical form, we're promised a life. We're not promised a good life. We're not promised a bad life. We're not promised a happy life. We're not promised a sad life. What we're promised is a life. And I feel you've lost the gratitude of that life part. If you can pop back up, Taco Lover. Because I believe someone has your interest, or you have somebody's interest. Take it how it resonates for you. Either that or you're interested in someone, Taco Lover. Yet the heartache's still at the base. You can see it. Okay. Try to do some positive affirmations because I feel like you're really down on yourself at the moment. And you've got the world, so you shouldn't be. Okay. Yeah, positive affirmations. And I feel like music can also play a part in this as well. I feel like you've been silent and now you struggle to communicate with others freely. And I do feel music, like I'm a crazy nutter. I will play my music and I will literally swivel around the lounge room as best I can to Macarena. Macarena. Hi. Hey, Macarena. Oh. See, I can't jump, but I can clap. Hey, Macarena. Everybody do the Macarena. Come on. We need cheering up. There you go, Senpai Cyan. It'll get your body moving. Hey, Macarena. Hey. I did it the wrong way around then. Hey, Macarena. Hey, there you go. Yeah, just do that. But Taco Lover, I feel like music and sound and like it's silly. And yes, I do feel silly doing it in front of you guys, but hey, being silly is fun. Do it. It keeps you young. So whatever you groove to, have it going in the background with positive affirmations, because I feel like you've been too down on yourself. That's why you can't see this person. They're there. Once you start rocking it, Taco, you'll see who they are. Because here's your outcome card, the Sun. I know connecting to the inner child is the best. The Sun. But you've attracted someone who's youthful in their outlook. And I feel you being down on yourself is a bit of a downer for them. So once you reclaim your lighter side, Taco, you'll see who this person is. They're not very far away. It may not be a romance, Scorpio darkness. As I said before, people enter our lives for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. The reason could be just to keep the momentum going of a good attitude. It doesn't have... I don't know where in history people started turning life into a complex melodrama. It doesn't necessarily have to become a romance. It's almost like as a society we've turned our lives into days of our lives. And it's like, the whole, like the sands of the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. It's like that show's been on since before I was born. Well, maybe while I was conceived, but no, Days of Our Lives is so retro. It is 60s. Scorpio darkness, that's how long it's been going on for. Dallas was 80s. Knots Landing was 80s. Miami Vice was 80s. But Days of Our Lives was definitely a 60s thing. Your mum was watching The Trash in the 80s. Well, there you go. But can you see how life today is more like Days of Our Lives than what it actually was when Days of Our Lives came on the television? It's like everything is a melodrama for a lot of people, and it doesn't have to be. We're still basically human. So, Taco Lover, that's what I have for you. Yeah, I believe it was 60s. I believe it may go back to the 50s in the US, Yosemite Mike. We didn't get it in Australia till the 60s. So it's been going a very, very long time. As I said, probably my entire life. My mum watched it. So, but Taco Lover, please find that affirmation. Find that young energy that can get you. I don't know, is it a worldwide thing to say I'm trapped in a funk? FUNK? It is still running, unfortunately, Princess Boo Boo. Ah, there you go. 65. There you go. Yeah, General Hospital's been going longer than Days of Our Lives, but Days of Our Lives is like the melodrama of having two baby daddies and twins doing it with two different people. And, you know, when did life become like that? It didn't. In reality, it didn't. Okay. Now, Taco Lover, the VOD that is saved from today already, if you find where I did Sab's reading, there is a very valid card that is probably valid for everyone else about opening the heart chakra, and there's also a meditation to it. It's brief, but you can extend the meditation as much as you need. And I feel, Taco Lover, you will get some insight from that. And I feel you will find it. With the Sun card as your final card, I do feel you will find it. And I do feel you won't miss this person that's... I need to say you live near a chemist or a pharmacy, drugstore. See, I don't know where anyone's from, so I need to validate you do. I feel you pass this person every day. We call them chemists or pharmacies here in Australia, but I do know some other places call it drugstores. I believe the UK say pharmacy. Oh, that reminds me. Somebody else is back, so I have to do the shout out. There you go. Everybody loves your taco. The drugstore is closing. Okay. Then find that groove thing. Teeny Pop is back. So I did a shout out for Teeny Pop. When I mentioned the UK, I realised that Teeny Pop was coming back. Please go easy on Teeny Pop. Teeny Pop is not coming back full on like last time. So if you do see Teeny Pop on, go easy on Teeny Pop or you'll have me to answer to. Okay? We got that straight? Got that straight? Find your groove thing, Taco Lover. Before that, yes, I missed Teeny Pop as well. So, and thank you to all those who asked after Teeny Pop through me. When I did finally contact Teeny Pop was actually touched by it. So, on behalf of Teeny Pop, thank you. Mwah. And yes, it's wonderful to have Teeny Pop back. No, as we age, like Scorpio Darkness, you guys are awesome. All of my viewers, all of my followers are awesome. They understand that it takes energy to do this, okay? Teeny Pop, the same as Princess Boo Boo, the same as Blue Light Oracle, the same as Jutta Jazz, trained in spiritual matters and have trained for a long time. So we're harder on ourselves than what you guys could ever be. But if you really don't have to join the queue, don't flood his queue with 20. Remember, we're old. We don't have the tech savvy you guys do. So we're struggling with two things. We're struggling with tech savvy, language, and the rest. Such a giving person. That's why I say be easy. Taco lover, I know I try to go easy on you, but find your groove thing. However you find it before that drugstore closes, before that chemist closes. Because I do feel there's a connection there. There is a very solid connection. Yeah, get your groovy tacos back. What should we sing, Taco Lover, to get your groove back? There's a connection. A person. And I'm just waiting to see if Taco can let us know what we should sing. Because due to copyright, I can't play it, but I can do my groove thing to it. I did put the heater on while I was out, or the heat on while I was outside. Yeah, I feel younger than you. So not much, but it's a solid connection. It is cold here, yes. It's down to 10 degrees Celsius, which I believe is 20 Fahrenheit or 22 Fahrenheit. And us Aussies, we're a bit like princesses. We're so used to the heat that when it gets cold, we're... brr. It's like nipply. Okay. We'll let Taco formulate. I'm going to put the list up because I do know I have some subs there. So, okay. Yeah, I think we're in order. Princess Boo Boo, you are next. Okay. Hey, Princess Boo Boo. Ah. Okay, not quite following it, Senpai Siam, but I'll let the chit-chat go on in the queue. Princess Boo Boo, I feel like you've been doing work on guide connections. Oh, Taco, just look out for your groove thing. I feel everything will be natural once you get your happiness turned up a little. I feel like you might have connected with whoever does inspirational speaking through you. I feel you might have pushed them away when they tried. You felt them start to use your mouth and you've pushed them away. Interesting. That's what I'm getting. Shake your groove thing, shake your groove thing. Now I'm getting 70s tracks in my head. I feel you need to persevere with it. I feel there's a control freakishness about you, and I'm not calling you out. I'm a control freak. I have a guide who wants to speak through me, and I push him away every time. Every time. And people I have sat with for 30 odd years know that about me, that they will come close and I will push them away. I feel there's someone you know who can hold your hand while this is happening, and you'll get comfortable. You'll become comfortable. And for those who are in the chat that are in Australia, or Victoria in particular, I have a live Mother's Day demonstration of mediumship in Seaford, Victoria. And it will be a Mother's Day afternoon, and I share it with 3 other mediums. And it is going to be an awesome day. John, who usually does meditations, is, yes, please share it on your social media. It's Seaford Spiritualist Church, Inc. And it is a Mother's Day special. It is a coin donation only, or a free will donation. You can give whatever you feel like giving. And it is such an amazing afternoon. John does a meditation. I can't meditate in public unless John does the guided meditation. So that will be awesome. But I feel the self-control thing. Okay. Princess Boo Boo, I feel you've carried someone and you're ready to strike out on your own. Just let me know if that resonates. You've carried someone and now you're ready to strike out on your own. You've thought about it but don't know what to charge. Okay, 6 of Cups. You know what used to be charged. Put a 0 at the other end of it, and you've pretty much got current rates. Like 20 used to be the... Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's weird, Princess Boo Boo. I find it difficult charging what everybody else does, and I don't. Friends of mine have pulled me up on it, and they've got this face on them when they pull me up. They actually say, damn, everybody else is charging 200 and you're not even up to 100. Damn, girl, get your act into gear. Most of them say that anyway. But I do feel like you're energetically ready. You would have difficulty as well. Princess Boo Boo, I feel like you undervalue your ability. James Uriel, welcome in. Thank you, James Uriel. I do, as long as things are covered and I have a roof over my head and everything's in order, I am not going to increase, but it is, as you say, up to the individual. I try and keep it fairly reasonable, but okay. off on a different tangent now, Princess Boo Boo, because I feel like you have someone in your life. And that romantic interest is actually quite stern compared to you. Actually quite proper compared to you. Not yet. I get the Two of Cups with the Knight of Swords. And the Knight of Swords in this deck is actually playing a violin. So I'm like, it could be the guide though. True, it could be. If it is the guide, you've known this guide for at least 8 years. He's very that. Okay. If it is the guide first appeared about 8 years ago. Longer. Okay. Then I can accept that that's who's trying to communicate. I don't usually get guides. Everybody who knows my streams knows I don't usually do. But Princess Boo Boo, you do know the spiritualist sense, so I will keep going with this. Were you 8? Yeah, very human-like. But were you 8? You said you were a kid and I keep getting 8, 8, 8. That's why I thought it was 8 years ago. Okay. This person travelled with you. When you travelled recently, and I mean really recently you travelled, this guide travelled with you. And you knew they were there. There you go. They pointed out something to you as if they resonated with it. And I feel like it... What is it? I feel like it's artwork. If you can understand that. I feel like it's a piece of artwork. And I do feel they resonated with that. As if they were alive at the time that artwork was created. Yosemite Mike, your time and your experience is valuable no matter what. As an amateur, it's not wrong to say ask one question $2. As long as the people who are paying it know that your experience does not measure up to others. It's okay to admit your limitations. I do feel like I'm going around the time... Was the artwork time of Jack the Ripper, like turn of the 1900s, 1880 something? If I had to say, I would say 1884. Okay. I do feel as if this had a shipping or marine subject matter to the picture. And I feel afterwards you went and had a coffee and were counting if you had the right change. I feel it shook you a bit. There you go. You're wanting to go back but can't see it happening. I'm not saying it is going to happen. I'm just saying that I see the desire to return. Okay. Can you understand understand an uncle in spirit, please? I knew this information wasn't coming from the cards. It seemed too far this year. Okay. Can you understand an uncle in spirit? I believe father's brother. Cousin on your mum's side. Okay. Male cousin. I'm not going to make it fit because I'm getting a male. Okay. I'm feeling this male had issues with legs. There was a walking difficulty with this male. You don't think so? Okay, can you understand this male drinking heavily, but also taking another substance that was psychedelic in nature? Okay, I'm picking up that this male couldn't believe what he was seeing and hearing. You don't know about the drugs. This male couldn't believe what he was seeing and hearing. I feel this male, and being a psychologist, I do know schizophrenics are more likely to injure themselves than what they are anyone else. And I feel like this male was self-hatred. They know that it wasn't right, but they didn't know what was real and what wasn't. And sometimes this can happen to people that are intuitive too, because sometimes you don't know what is real and what is not. Until you train for it, sometimes it can send you round the twist. And can you understand this male dressing up before passing? I'm not getting why yet, so just yes, no at this stage. This male dressed up before passing. No. Then there was a glass of a very expensive alcohol. I feel whiskey. Beside this male. Truck accident. Ask the questions you need to ask. I feel like this male travelled with a very expensive bottle and it was open at the time of the accident. Can you understand a Northern Territory connection? And I have to let everybody know that I do know Princess Boo Boo is Aussie based. Okay. I want to say that the burdens on this cousin of yours that I'm picking up was so strong it was mind confusing to them. I feel they may have had a nagging partner or a nagging boss. It was probably both. Okay. Can you understand this person being told to get ready to move? I feel like there was a southern movement, as in moving south. So to me, from the Northern Territory, that would be Adelaide or Victoria or New South Wales. Yeah, they were moving south. They moved around. I feel that there was a move south on this cousin's shoulders as well. I also feel that there was a bit of a secret where this... I do feel there was trauma young with this cousin. That's all I'm getting. They're not allowing me to know what the trauma is. It can lead me to guess, but they're not letting me to know. You can understand. Because I do feel like there was anxiety, jitters, as in shakes, very early on in life, as in age 14. In Australia, there's an attitude that men don't cry. It's a hidden thing in Australia, Senpai Cyan. It makes sense. Okay. I feel like normality... Can I ask, did this happen 6 months ago? I'm getting 6, which would make it November. October, November. There's something about October, November here. He passed years ago. Senpai Cyan, if you're trying to attune to what I'm attuning to, you may be sucking the power that this man has for Princess Boo Boo's read. So if you can refrain from that now, we can discuss it afterwards. But I am picking up... There's something about October, November. And it's either birthday or anniversary. So I'm getting October, November. And I'm not sure why I'm seeing AFL. You saw his daughter about then. That can happen. I'm picking up something about AFL, as in the football, Australian rules football. Something about Melbourne Hawthorn. Okay, can you understand why Melbourne Hawthorn comes up? Investigate as to why I would be seeing Melbourne Hawthorn. I feel there were family members. One was Melbourne, one was Hawthorn. Ask, and the best evidence is that which you don't know. I feel there was a daughter left. A daughter left living. Okay, he's saying he knows that daughter struggled, but by God, is he proud of her now? It's like that daughter has become... Yeah. The daughter has become something that he's just filling with pride. And, okay, 6. And now looking after her grandkids. There you go, full time. Is there 6? Just before I saw that pop up, I heard 666. Not the devil number, but 6 kept getting repeated. He was one of 6. Okay. There's another one over there, though. Can you understand the other one over there? If he was one of 6, there's another one over there. Okay. Then what's it pointed out? One over. Okay. Make your inquiries, Princess Boo Boo. I feel like at being one of 6, he was actually one of 7, and there was an the adopted one. Okay, over there. Because I'm getting... No, I was right. There was another one over there. And he passed 2 years ago. Okay. You think. Can you understand Anzac Day having something to do with this? Because I keep hearing the ode. There you go. I heard the ode, which to me, I should actually recite it here one day. I think I have before. It's like, we shall not grow old as those... No, I've started at mid-sentence. The adopted brother died on Anzac Day. There you go. And I feel it was self-inflicted. The adopted was self-inflicted. And this is where I get Melbourne Hawthorne. So investigate what the adopted brother barracked for. And, okay, do your investigations. Because I'm getting Melbourne Hawthorne. And I cannot work out what's going on. Giroux, welcome in. Please stay in for the chat, because we're just about to chat about how connections come through. But there you go, Princess Boo Boo. I knew there was another one over there, just by what this gentleman said. Yeah. Someone rode a motorbike. There you go. The one that died on Anzac Day. And not long before the passing, they were in a fisticuffs, like a fist fight. Come on. I got to keep moving, so forgive my fidgeting. I just got to keep moving. Okay, make your inquiries as before. But I do feel like it was a fisticuffs issue. I'm near the wharves, or I'm near where they unload ships. I do feel like Melbourne with the one that passed on Anzac Day. I feel like Melbourne. I'm just trying to bring in the wharf. Melbourne and Sydney are quite similar in their look at the wharves, at the shipping lanes. He was in Brisbane. But you can see how that works. Thank you for being so considerate. Is there a lot of glass near the Brisbane wharves now? Okay, then yes, I can accept that. Sorry, if I'm tough on myself. If I see something and it doesn't fit, I do have to either get confirmation from the spirit world or keep going to make sure I did pass on the correct information. I feel like it happened around that area. There you go. See, I've only just recently been... I live in Melbourne, and I've only just recently attended a 50th birthday party in CBD Melbourne and saw the wharves how they are now. Yet I used to go on party boat cruises 20 years ago, over 20 years ago now, that used to leave from the wharves, and they were not like that back then. So my guides have got like an updated... And for those that don't know, I did used to work in Brisbane, and that was in the 2000s, as in 2000, and 98 to 2000, and the wharves in Brisbane did not have glass. So it's fitting now. Thank you. So I get an update through Spirit on what Australia looks like. I don't have to go travelling too much. But I used to work in central Brisbane. Okay. Can you understand why both these gentlemen are giving me shortness of breath? Both these gentlemen had chest injuries. Okay. And I feel the truck accident, the steering wheel and the chest, I feel the cabin was lifted. Okay. I feel the cabin was lifted. So do your research. Make sure I'm getting it right. Because they're both here. There you go. Can you understand family not being certain whether it was deliberate? I hate saying this. Okay. Just from the other side, the family that said it was deliberate were correct. I hate being... Yeah, it was proven it was an accident. I'm glad for the family that it was. But I feel the special bottle of whiskey was opened. A glass was drunk. And I feel this cousin had special glasses. As in special tumblers for what they drank. And they didn't usually go in the truck. In the truck was usually a flask, but there was a glass in the truck, and I can understand why it wasn't found. And I feel there's some relief because there was quite a bit of money owed on the truck. There was a lot of pressure on this gentleman, on your cousin. Oh, it was back in the oxblood days of trucking. Don't worry, I've got trucker friends. They're still doing it, believe it or not. Companies are still managing to disconnect the GPS. They're still doing bad stuff. Which is horrible. But I feel that the truck was owned and there was a lot of money owed on the truck. So, yes. And just remember, if ever you're passing a truck on a freeway or a highway, please understand that they've probably got more driving experience than what the car that you just passed has. And understand that you're probably safer sitting near the truck than what you are a car, even though it can be a bit frightening. You're probably safer. All of the truck drivers I know are great drivers. I would trust them with my life any day. Yeah. I'm getting from the other side that that was the hope. That the family would... Yeah. The family would have a more comfortable life. Because I do believe the partner was a bit of a nag. Oh, he's saying... And okay, precious princess is what he said, but yeah, thank you, Yosemite Mike. I'm glad to see it is like that overseas as well as in Australia. But in Australia, the number of incidents or accidents involving trucks and passenger vehicles, the percentages are higher. So it's about 92% of incidents involving truck and passenger are the fault of the passenger vehicle. It's, yeah. So, yeah, I do get Precious Princess, and I do believe that the daughter had ballet. Ah, there you go. I believe the daughter did ballet. Everything was about appearances. There you go. It's like, that's my princess. And yet there was jealousy between the wife and the daughter. The wife was jealous of the daughter. How sick. Seriously sick. That's what's coming from the other side, is like, that is sick. As in awful. For those that don't speak Oz, you might have only got half of that read. Princess Boo Boo, just take these two brothers' loves. They're coming in as brothers. Take their love, and they want you to know that your value, you get a say in it. Yes, of course, it's what people will pay. But look at how many years it took you to get to where you are. You have a say in your value. And never, Jing, I know you're there. There were other subs before you, so I will get to you. You know your value. And you get to have a say in your value. Yes, you have to look at what the market's charging, etc. But I feel like the truck driver didn't understand that. They always saw themselves as working class and unskilled, and did not realise that they could demand better conditions. I feel like there was a closeness in life with these two as well. And I'm glad they came through together. Well, you know exactly who to go to find out the rest. Ah, there you go. Sorry, that was just me straightening my posture seat. Seriously, don't go to Officeworks for a posture seat. Spend a little bit of extra money. Okay, so Princess Boo Boo, take their love and know that you're valued. You're welcome. Thank you so much for allowing two spirits to come through. Oh, thank you, Princess Boo Boo. Mwah. You do amazing readings as well. That's why I've done you 2 shout outs. Okay, let's see. Okay. Yes, Jing, you are up next. Okay. This is going to be fun. 1, 2, 3. There you go, Princess Boo Boo. I'm going to be finishing soonish. Okay. Now, Jing, can you understand a feast day coming up? Thank you for the hydrate, Rodav. Just a yes or a no, Jing, will be fine. A feast day coming up. As in someone's birthday. Somewhere where a lot of food will be prepared. Okay. Your daughter's birthday's coming. Is it 13, Jing? 13? No, is your daughter 13 years old? 13. No. Okay. I'm not going to turn around and say, oh, I meant 19. Okay, 4. She's 4. That's okay. I got that. But I've got to work out why I got 13. Okay. Can you understand your daughter sharing grandmother's name? That's only usually common in Anglo countries, actually, so I don't mind saying it. Your daughter has grandmother's name. Nope. Okay. I'm quite okay with accepting no, I'm human and can get things wrong. Okay, we got the Lovers and the Sun. I'm not worried about this at all. You're worried about having to be nice. The other grandmother then. I didn't say. Okay. That's okay. Not sure. I'll take it as a no. Can you understand feeling left out of the preparations? You're wanting to do something for your daughter on her birthday, but no one is letting you. They're wanting traditional. Okay. Please do not tell me that they're doing... I thought foot binding was outlawed, but I'm getting that there's a ritual. Please don't tell me foot binding is still in. I'm picking up that there's a ritual at 4 years old that is performed with the daughter. Lovely Light the Galaxy, welcome in. I've had to close the queue. This year you only go out. I feel like there's a special banquet that needs to be prepared. Yeah, I'm getting a special banquet that needs to be prepared. Okay. You understand it. Okay. Valerie, hang around. I know you missed your read before. I will do it now or at the end of the queue. Yes, I know you just went for a funeral. Next year will be. Okay. Can you understand a translation of the name Anne? Foot binding was still happening. Yosemite Mike, I'm 56 and foot binding was still happening in the 70s and 80s. So, but I get what Jing is saying, and if you let me read for Jing, we can go into a chat later. But Valerie missed out. I had technical issues. I was kicked off stream and then had to close everything down. And no, it wasn't quite uncommon. It was actually very common. Laws had to be passed gradually for it to stop. And even then it kept going. So anyway, that's beside the point. This is Jing's read. I'm feeling like there's an offering of money, as in the child's education is a starting point. The child's education is key here this year. And here in Australia, I was 4 when I attended primary school, but that was a matter of numbers in terms of the side of the year I was born on. Okay. I feel like there's money offerings. Don't be tempted to skim a little off the top. I do feel like there's I almost want to say, in English we would say a big girl party or a big girl. 4 is when they move to less baby, more grown up. Take it how it resonates for you. You're worried about your girl's future. And I feel that relates to tradition. Okay. And I'm picking up that you're finding it hard to celebrate. I've got the 8 of Cups to the Knight of Swords. And yes, in this deck, the Knight is a female. And I'm feeling like there's a difficulty of celebrating. It's almost like you've lost power as mother or as the child's mother. Someone else has taken over. I'm feeling very much... No, it's not when it will be, Jing. It might be. It might be, Jing. But I feel it's already happened. Not a when, it's already started happening. They start making decisions. And Jing, please let me know when you join the queue if you have difficulty with English, because I know the current VOD is showing 4 hours, but I've actually been, let's see, I've actually been 6 hours, 7 hours online. So if you're having trouble with English and I'm tired, I can't keep the information flowing. Okay? I get that you're emotional at this. Okay. Okay, the bit rate's doing right here. It's doing very well, actually. I'm getting an overflowing of emotion in you. Is this because there could be an arrangement at 4 years old? Look, I'm not knocking arranged marriages. They're 90% more successful than when we choose a partner. But I feel there's talk of marriage. And I don't know whether it's with you or whether it's with your daughter. Yeah, there is talk. Sorry, can't change it. There is talk of marriage. Okay. I feel like, there you go. 4 of Wands, 10 of Cups, 2 of Cups. There is talk of marriage. And there's talk of it happening before the end of the year. If it's with you, it's before the end of the year. Thank you, Lady Pallas Athena. Yeah, the World card. It's before the end of the year. 6 of Pentacles. Getting married. Thank you, Lady Pallas Athena. Okay. It's before the end of the year, and I feel there's an inheritance involved here. So whether an inheritance prompts you to divorce or an inheritance keeps you, I'm not sure which it is, Jing. But with the overflowing of emotion, I feel there's a deeper connection. Not divorce. If you're already married, then it's a deeper connection. Okay. I'll let you know where things fit, Jing, and you can always go back to the VOD. It's the second VOD at 3 hours 57 is this side of the reading, and you can take your time to understand. Okie dokie. Thank you, Jing, and thank you for your I believe it was 19 month subversary. Mark's the only one that surpasses you. Okay. Okie dokie. I need to go down and next. Marks like a 24-month subversary. Serenity of Wind. And Valerie, please hang around because I will fit you in. And I've lost Valerie. I've lost Valerie. And Valerie was a newbie. Okay, I'm refreshing. Okay. Serenity of Wind. Yeah, Serenity of Wind still seems to be there. And please, if you get thrown to an ad, type in ad just to let me know so I'm not spending 3 or 4 or 5 minutes trying to get your attention before moving on to the next. I'm sorry I lost Valerie. Valerie was a newbie. Was in early in stream and came back just then. I hate seeing newbies miss out, but I will boost subs. So that's the way of the world. Okay. I need to go back to that. Thank you. Okay. Now. Oh, what do you do that for, Karen? I like the shift key too much. I use it for everything. Okay. Hello, Serenity of Wind. You just made it. I didn't see you in the queue and I was just about to skip through. Okay. Who's having the asthma hay fever at the moment? I know you want a general. You know how I do reads. Who's got the asthma hay fever thing at the moment? I tune into your energy before I turn over any card. So the quicker you answer, the quicker I can get through. Who has the asthma or tenant? Okay. Can you understand their problem is with fridge mold? You can just feel chest tightness. No, their problem is with fridge mold. It's like clean out your damn fridge. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't you, Lady Palestina. I'm pretty good at tuning in on handles, so... And I need to say that a healthy way of dealing with fridge mold, I feel it's in the seals. A healthy way of dealing with it, believe it or not, is vanilla essence. It doesn't degrade the seal. It doesn't degrade the seal and it gets rid of the mold. Oh, household tips from Karen as well. She'll call it Tune In Tuesdays and Household Tips. I feel like you may be wanting to evict this tenant, but they're such a hard worker and they do pay on time. But they have way too many complaints. Okay. Look, they're a hard worker. Let them complain. You know what's legal. You know what's not. But, yeah, the fridge mold, vanilla essence. You've been thinking about selling up and moving, but you don't want to start over again. Okay. You don't want to start over again, but I feel you will. You want a better place to live in than what you currently have. I do see you doing it. I feel like you will sell up. And it's almost like I'm moving to sunnier shores. I don't know if Florida has... I don't even know where you are, Serenity of Wind, so I have no idea. Belgium. Okay. Then... Okay. I need one of those spinning globes because I don't know. I know you've said Belgium. It's sunny these days. I know you've said Belgium, but I thought Belgium was landlocked and I'm seeing like a coast. I really thought Belgium was landlocked, but I'm seeing a coast. I could be incorrect. As I said, I need one of those spinning globes here where I can check easy. I'm feeling like you have access or you've printed out plans for your dream house and it has upper floors. And I say floors plural, meaning at least 2 upper floors. Just say yes or no, because it's if it's incorrect, I can reread what's here. And we're coming up to an ad. No, okay. Then I would have to say you're waiting for a romantic interest to share your dream with. It's almost like there's a plan. It's something about cathedral ceilings. Heaven only knows what. Oh yeah, cathedral ceilings, heaven only. I get the inner joke now. My guide's playing a joke on me. I do see cathedral ceilings. But I feel there's a desire for financial stability and romantic stability to coexist. I'm glad it's sunny where you are these days because it's got freezing here. And my computer's just telling me tomorrow's low is the near record low for the year. So, yeah, it's going to get to 6 tomorrow. So, that's what I have for you, Serenity of Wind. Just remember your dream is achievable, but I do see you selling. You're welcome, Serenity of Wind, and I hope it all works out well. I know it's been rocky roads for you, particularly in the last 3 days. 3 days, 3 weeks. I do feel it will even out for you, Serenity of Wind. Thank you, Rodav, for the hydrate. Coffee. Okay. Senpai Cyan, you're up next. Okay. And I'm a rockabilly rebel from head to toe. I gotta keep it rocking everywhere I go. Everybody join us for good company. And be a real cool cat, be a rockabilly rebel like me. I'm a rockabilly rebel. Couldn't hit that note. Oh dear. Okay, Senpai Cyan, you are up. It is your reading. Please pop up. Even if you're in an ad, just tell me you're in an ad. Saves me talking to myself. Hello, Senpai Cyan. Okay. I actually can't get my words out. Can you understand this, Senpai Cyan, for yourself? You have a dream. And you want to explore that dream. Okay. Just a yes or a no at this stage, and then I can turn over the cards. You're wanting a romance read. I know that much. Okay. Yes. But what I'm picking up is... Okay. You're wanting marriage. End of story. It's like... There you go. It's like you're not accepting anything less. Can I tell you that conversation will not happen in the first 3 months of dating? So you got to get out there and try. Okay. Just get out there and try. I feel as if you're... Would it be true in saying you're Virgo? Your sun sign is Virgo. Virgo moon, I can accept that. Because I'm feeling that you're holding back on yourself. You're presenting someone you're not because the YouTube videos tell you should present this way. It's like, if everybody is watching YouTube videos, going out and presenting the same way, people are not going to take it serious. I feel you did walk away from a long term and you're not willing to put up with anything. Just remember that the start is always different than the middle. Yeah. There's still tears over what you walked away from. You put a lot of time and energy into it. You now know that you call the shots. So things moving forward may not be as difficult as what you're envisaging. And I feel like I need to say, let go of how it ended. Look at how it started. And that will help you start the new. Because I feel like there was 4 years wasted. Don't look at it as 4 years wasted. Look at it as 4 years of experience. 4 years of experience. It's not going to waste. I feel like there's a grandmother in spirit for you, Senpai Cyan. Grandmother in the spirit world. I'm hearing a song, You Are My Sunshine. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are grey. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. I feel like grandmother saw you as her sunshine. And grandmother is watching over your steps forward. Princess Boo is dancing along to that one. And grandmother is telling me that you're either wearing or sitting next to something that is brown in colour. Brown or orange in colour. Brown. It's like your grandmother is sitting. I feel behind you. I feel there is space behind you. And the bedsheet too. I feel you choose the same colour scheme as grandmother. Yeah. Your grandmother's standing in that space behind you. And she's singing that song. So I'll leave it up to you, Senpai Cyan, whether she actually sang that song or not. But she's singing that song. I can't get her to stop and communicate with me. And I know I have a clock that people can hear because the mic picks up the chimes. But I feel like grandmother also had a clock similar. You smell your grandmother now. Can you understand your grandmother wore pressed powder on her face? Yeah, and that's the smell you smell. And I get a C name. C-K sound. I almost want to say Carmen. But I didn't get it, so I won't say it. It's a C name. I heard a C as in Kurt for a name, your grandmother's name. I felt it sounded like Carmen. And now my mind is kicking in now, think da 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 da. Krishna. It could be. It had a Kurt sound. I was thinking da 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 da. Okay. I feel grandmother was quite musical. Okay. I can understand that I'm quite okay to accept that. I feel grandmother was quite musical, or hummed, or da 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 da. You know, did that, made that sound to music. There you go. And grandmother was into game shows that made her laugh. Grandpa used to hum. Grandmother was into game shows that made her laugh. Or, there you go. Just know that you have your grandmother's support moving forward. Yeah, the television shows. Anything that made her laugh, she liked. She wasn't fussy. So now that you know you've got your grandmother's support, believe that it's not going to be as difficult as what you think it is. No, sometimes they like us to fly free without control. They never leave. Yeah. Move forward, but remember the start is different than the middle. Forget the ending. The ending is always going to be different. You're now doing the start. So if you need to remember your last situation, remember the start. Remember that you didn't stand up for yourself at the start. This time you know to stand up for yourself at the start. Can I ask, was there 3 months difference between, or a time period of 3 between grandmother and grandfather's passing? I feel they passed close. Grandpa is still alive. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There you go. A part of him died. That resonates. Because it's like they were a choreographed couple, as in they did things together, but each had their part. And it's almost like you can see them manoeuvring around the kitchen, with one going to the spoon drawer while one did the pot. And yeah, so you can understand that. understand that your grandmother will be with you as you move forward. You may feel her less and less and less because she wants you to fly free. She knows you've got the strength. And I need to go to August. There's something significant in August with grandmother. Either was a Leo or anniversary of passing was August. Okay, I'll leave that for you to check out, Senpai Cyan. Just know every step of the way your grandmother is there. She's actually put her hand on your right shoulder right now. And she had the tiniest little hands. Every hand to me is tiny. If I can shuffle 27 centimeter cards, you feel it tingling. You'll start to feel the warmth, and the trouble you've had sleeping will soon fade away. And I feel that's why grandmother is with you, is to get you to rest after 4:30 in the afternoon, to put your feet up a bit. That's okay. I'll leave that with you, Senpai Cyan. You're in good hands. You're in good hands. This lady knows what she's talking about. Definitely. Okay. So trust in your grandmother as you would trust in the universe as you would trust in your grandmother. Hasn't told me about your Twitch streaming actually. Okay. Let's see. So, hopefully, I've got to go back now. I'm losing track of names. I don't know what's wrong with my head. Yosemite Mike, what did you think of the stream? Maybe I've lost Yosemite Mike. But anyway, it's time for me to leave, I believe, unless Valerie has come back. I don't think Valerie hung around even for me to negotiate inserting a chatter. Okay. We'll see who I can raid. And thank you, Princess Boo Boo, for reminding me to close the queue so I get... It's not really an early night. Yeah, they are gone. Oh. And thank you all for your ongoing support. You're all amazing. Seriously, give yourselves a round of applause. going to burn out. Oh, thank you, Senpai Cyan. Mwah. Thank you. And if you are on, I'm going to have to pop by and get a read. Or tune in and see what's going on. But let's see. We'll surprise the person with a raid. Hopefully this goes better than the last surprise. But, I know that. A lovely lady. And a true lady. And I think we are going to be raiding during a Be Right Back. She calls me elder sister.